When a great flame prepares to dim, it does not flicker in fear. It glows with an ancient gentleness that warms even the darkest corners of the world. Tonight, dear friend, we enter a sacred space, a quiet, timeless realm where the final teachings of the Buddha echo softly across the centuries. These are not stories of miracles, not stories of power, grandeur, or triumph. They are the last whispers of a life devoted to compassion, clarity, and the truth of impermanence. This series, Echoes of Enlightenment, the final lessons of the Buddha, is meant to be the closing breath of a long, contemplative season. A gentle settling of dust, a soft bow of gratitude, a moment of stillness where all striving fades into peace. The Buddha's final days were not filled with sadness, but with profound tenderness toward his disciples, toward the world, toward the endless cycle of living and letting go. In this series, you will walk beside him as he offers teachings woven from serenity and insight. The Buddha's Last Walk, a journey through forests and memory where every step is a blessing. The offering of silence, a moment when words fall away, revealing truth beyond language. The tree that never forgot, a sacred witness to awakening, returning for one final farewell. The empty path, a teaching on impermanence, humility, and the illusion of ownership. The smile before Nirvana, the final tenderness of a liberated heart. These stories are not history lessons. They are meditations, timeless reflections meant to draw you gently inward, toward calm, toward acceptance, toward the quiet center of your own being. Before we begin, find a comfortable position. Let your breath soften. Allow the day to fall away like petals drifting from an open blossom. You are stepping into sacred ground now. Ground walked by the awakened one in his final days. Listen, do you hear it? A soft wind moving through the sal trees. Footsteps slow and steady. A presence serene and unshaken. Now, let us follow those footsteps into the first tale. The Buddha's Last Walk. The road was quiet the morning the Buddha began his final journey. Soft light spread across the plains, touching the tops of the sal trees with a gentle gold that looked almost like a blessing. There was no ceremony, no grand departure, only the soft sound of bare feet against the cooling earth, and the steady rhythm of a breath that had guided seekers for more than 45 years. The Buddha walked slowly, not from weakness, but from a profound awareness of every step. Each footfall was a teaching, each breath a reminder that the body was simply a vessel riding the river of impermanence. Behind him walked Ananda, his loyal attendant, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. He noticed the Buddha's shoulders, slightly thinner than before. He saw the gentleness in his movements, as if he were returning something to the earth with each step. "Lord," Ananda said softly, "shall we rest? Your body is tired." The Buddha paused and turned his gaze toward the morning horizon. His eyes were clear, clearer than the sky itself, and filled with a softness that held no fear. "Ananda," he said, "my body is like an old cart held together with ropes. It moves because the mind moves, and the mind moves because compassion continues." Ananda lowered his head, unable to hide the trembling in his breath. The Buddha touched his shoulder with fingers light as wind. "Do not grieve for what must change," he said. "All formations fall apart. This is the way of the world. This is the way of nature. Even this body, it is only a guest." They continued walking. Sal leaves rustled above them like distant bells. Birds awakened in soft chorus, their songs drifting through the early light. Along the path, villagers gathered as the Buddha approached. Some carried flowers, some simply bowed in silence, their hearts bowing deeper than their bodies. He paused for each one, not to receive offerings, but to offer presence. An old woman knelt in the dust, her hands shaking. "Bless me, Blessed One," she whispered, "for I may never see you again." The Buddha smiled gently. "Child," he said, "the blessing is already within you. Seek not the Buddha outside. Seek the awakening that stirs within your own breath." The woman wept, not from sadness, but from the recognition of a truth she had carried all her life without knowing. The Buddha continued his walk. Each step was slow, anchored, infused with peace. To his disciples, it felt as though the world itself was walking beside them. The wind moving in unison, the trees bowing, the earth listening. Ananda watched the Buddha's back, the simple saffron robe swaying with each breath. He remembered the countless miles they had walked together, the villages they had healed, the forests they had slept beneath, the teachings that had flowed like clear water from the Buddha's lips. And now, this journey felt different. It was not a journey to teach, though teaching flowed naturally. Not a journey to liberate, though liberation followed him like a shadow. It was a journey to return, a journey of closing the circle with grace. As the morning deepened, the Buddha reached a grove where sal trees lined both sides of the path, their leaves moving gently in a wind that seemed to bow toward him. He paused, not because he needed rest, but because something in the grove spoke to him. Ananda noticed and stepped forward. "Lord, what do you see?" The Buddha looked up into the canopy of leaves, their green shimmering like soft emerald light. "I see impermanence, Ananda," he said, "and because I see impermanence, I see peace." Ananda closed his eyes, letting those words settle into the tender ache of his heart. The Buddha continued, "This walk, my last walk, is not an ending. It is a reminder that nothing truly ends, only changes form." The wind passed through the trees as if carrying his words into the deepest corners of the world. The Buddha remained still beneath the sal trees, his gaze lifted toward the shimmering canopy. For a moment, even the wind seemed to pause, as if nature itself wished to listen. Ananda watched him, his heart tightening with a mixture of reverence and unbearable tenderness. "Lord," Ananda said softly, "is there anything more you wish to say?" The Buddha lowered his gaze, his eyes gentle as dusk light. "Ananda," he said, "in all the world, there is nothing more precious than seeing clearly. When one sees clearly, fear dissolves the way frost melts under morning sun." He began walking again. Each step felt like a lesson, a quiet demonstration of presence. The disciples followed, silent except for the rustle of their robes and the soft brushing of their feet against the earth. As they passed through a small clearing, a young monk hurried forward, breathless, clutching a bowl of fresh water. "Blessed One," the monk said, "you must be thirsty. Please drink." The Buddha accepted the bowl, but before lifting it to his lips, he gazed into the water, clear, still, reflecting sky and leaves alike. He smiled. "Just as this water reflects without clinging to its images," he said, "so should the mind reflect without grasping at thoughts." The monk bowed, his eyes filling with tears of understanding. The Buddha drank slowly, then returned the bowl with gratitude, not for the water, but for the monk's intention. They continued their journey. Along the path, they passed a quiet pond where lotus flowers floated in early bloom. The Buddha paused again, drawn to them. Ananda stepped beside him. "Lord, you have seen countless lotus ponds. Why stop now?" The Buddha's gaze softened into memory. "The lotus," he said, "grows from mud, but is not stained by it. So too can the human heart rise from suffering without carrying its shadows." A faint smile touched his lips. "And remember, Ananda, the lotus does not bloom forever. It opens, shines, then returns to the water. Its beauty comes from its impermanence." Ananda bowed his head. Each word sank into him like seeds dropped into soft soil. They resumed their walk, the Buddha moving with unhurried grace through forests and open fields, past villages where people stopped their work just to bow in silence as he passed. Some brought flowers, some brought incense, some brought nothing but the sincerity of their hearts. A child ran forward, holding a single mango leaf. "Blessed One," the child said, "this is for you." The Buddha accepted the leaf with both hands, a gesture of deep respect to the innocence before him. He knelt down. "Little one," he said, "this leaf is perfect." The child giggled. "It's just a leaf." The Buddha touched the leaf gently. "No," he said, "it is a reminder that nothing is too small to teach us." He placed the leaf back into the child's hands. "May you see truth in the simple things." The child bowed shyly and ran back to his mother. Ananda watched the Buddha rise, slowly, his breath calm yet thinner than years before. A quiet ache rested in Ananda's chest. He could not stop it. As the sun began to descend, the sky turned amber, a warm glow that wrapped the Buddha's figure in soft radiance. They approached a grove near the town of Kusinara, where the air felt especially still, as if aware of the sacredness that approached. The Buddha slowed. Ananda stepped close, concern in his voice. "Lord, shall we stop here?" The Buddha looked around the grove, the sal trees gently swaying, the ground cushioned with fallen petals, the quiet hum of nature sinking into evening. "Yes, Ananda," he said, "this is a good place." He placed a hand over his heart, a place to rest. A silence fell over the disciples, a silence thick with knowing, with humility, with love. For they understood now. The Buddha had not stopped to teach, not stopped to speak, not stopped to instruct. He had stopped to prepare. The evening air settled gently as the Buddha stepped into the quiet sal grove. The trees above him began to release their blossoms, soft white petals drifting down like blessings from the sky. Ananda watched them fall, with a tightness growing in his throat. "Lord," he whispered, "why does this place feel different?" The Buddha turned his gaze upward. Petals landed softly on his shoulders, but he did not brush them away. "This grove," he said, "reminds the heart of the truth we forget most easily, that every blooming is already preparing to fall." Ananda lowered his head. He could not stop the trembling in his hands. The Buddha stepped toward a space between two great sal trees. The roots intertwined like ancient fingers, holding the earth steady. He touched the trunk gently as though greeting an old friend. "Ananda," he said, "prepare a resting place for me here, with my head toward the north." Ananda froze. His breath broke in his chest. "To the north?" His voice quivered. "That is the direction of final passing." The Buddha did not answer with words. He simply gave a gentle nod, a nod filled with peace, with acceptance, with a tenderness that soothed even as it broke the heart. Ananda placed his forehead against the Buddha's robe. "Lord, no, please, not yet." The Buddha lifted his hand and laid it atop Ananda's head, a touch light as moonlight. "Ananda," he whispered, "you have served me with devotion beyond measure. Do not cling to this body as if it were the Buddha." He paused, letting the truth soften into the evening air. "The Buddha you seek has never been in this form. What is born must age. What is gathered must part. What is taken shape must dissolve." Ananda wept quietly, tears darkening the earth below. "And yet," the Buddha continued, "there is something in you that cannot age, cannot break, cannot die. That is where the Buddha truly lives." The disciples surrounding them bowed deeply, their robes brushing the earth in a soft chorus of surrender. With Ananda's trembling hands and others helping quietly, a simple bed of leaves and cloth was prepared beneath the sal trees. The Buddha lay down on his right side, the lion's posture, a pose of peace and clarity. His head rested on the folded corner of his robe, his face softened, unburdened. Petals drifted down, covering the ground around him in pale shimmer. The forest grew utterly silent. Even the animals seemed to stand in reverence. A young monk approached, tears streaking his cheeks. "Blessed One," he said, voice breaking, "how can we bear the world without you?" The Buddha opened his eyes, steady, clear, as deep as the sky at dawn. "Do not think the world loses me," he said softly. "Where wisdom is practiced, I am there. Where compassion arises, I am there. Where someone breathes with awareness, I am there." The young monk bowed, his grief loosening just enough to let in light. As night deepened, the Buddha's breath grew slower, not strained, not weak, but peaceful, as if each inhale was a gift and each exhale a release. Ananda knelt beside him, still trembling with unspoken fear. "Lord," he whispered, "you said nothing truly ends. Then what is it that is ending here?" The Buddha looked upon him with love vast enough to hold the entire world. "What ends," he said, "is the illusion that this body is who I am." He closed his eyes briefly as a breeze passed through the grove, sending petals swirling across his resting form. What does not end is the path, the teaching, the freedom that arises when one sees clearly. A long silence followed, filled with reverence, filled with breath, filled with a stillness that seemed to slow time itself. Then the Buddha spoke once more, his voice a quiet echo of boundless kindness. "Ananda, weep if you must. But know this, your tears are not a sign of loss. They are a sign of love. Petals continued to fall, soft, slow, as if the sal trees themselves mourned with grace. Here, in this grove, beneath branches older than memory, the Buddha prepared for the final unfolding of a life lived without attachment. His last walk had led him home, not to a place, but to a truth. All things arise, all things pass, and in this arising and passing, there is peace. Night moved gently across the sal grove, covering the world in a quiet as soft as silk. The disciples sat around the Buddha, their robes gathered close, their breath slow, their hearts suspended between sorrow and awe. A faint moon hung above the treetops, its pale glow spreading over the Buddha's resting form. He looked peaceful, not fading, not struggling, but resting as someone who understood the truth of every breath ever taken. Ananda leaned closer. Lord, is there anything more we must remember? The Buddha's eyes opened, clear, gentle, unclouded by fear or regret. Ananda, he said softly, do not cling to me as a refuge. A soft breeze moved through the grove, lifting petals into the air like white feathers. The Dhamma, he continued, is your refuge. The practice is your refuge. Your own awareness is your refuge. Ananda bowed until his forehead touched the earth. Lord, your kindness has been my home. The Buddha smiled, a smile not of comfort, but of complete understanding. Then carry that home, he whispered. Carry it into every breath. The monks drew closer, their figures forming a circle of devotion. The Buddha looked upon them one final time. Bhikkhus, he said, his voice soft but steady as the earth beneath them. All conditioned things are of a nature to decay. Strive on with diligence. The words drifted into the night like a final, sacred whisper. Not an ending, not a farewell, but a passing of the flame into countless hands. His breathing slowed. The curve of his lips held a faint, serene smile. The sal blossoms continued to fall, white, quiet, endless, as if the forest itself were offering a final blessing. The disciples lowered their heads. Some cried. Some sat in deep stillness. Some simply folded their hands and breathed as the Buddha had taught. And in that grove, under the silver glow of moonlight, the Blessed One completed his final walk. A journey not of steps, but of release. A journey into Nirvana. A journey into peace beyond all arising, beyond all passing. A peace without beginning or end. The night after the Buddha's passing was not filled with despair, but with a profound stillness. The sal blossoms continued to fall, blanketing the earth with a silence too deep for sorrow, and too gentle for fear. The disciples sat quietly, their hearts raw, their minds searching for guidance now that the teacher no longer walked beside them. And in that quiet, something shifted. A realization whispered itself into their minds. The Buddha had taught them all they needed, but not all teachings are spoken. Some teachings are transmitted only through silence. And so begins the next tale, a story of grief, awareness, and the truth hidden in wordless stillness. The offering of silence. The night after the Buddha's passing settled over the Sal Grove like a great, soft veil. The air was still. The petals lay unmoving, forming a white shroud over the earth where the Blessed One had drawn his final breath. Around the body, a circle of disciples sat in silence, their robes dark against the pale blossoms, their hearts suspended between grief and reverence. Ananda knelt closest. His hands rested in his lap, but his fingers trembled with every inhale. He had been with the Buddha for decades. Through storms, through teachings, through weary nights on dusty roads. And now he sat beside a body that no longer breathed. A body that had carried so much compassion. A body that had walked for so many who could not walk alone. Tears gathered in his eyes, but he did not wipe them. He felt the weight of the moment, not as pain, but as a vast space opening inside him. Around the grove, disciples struggled to control their breath. Some wept softly, some sat rigidly, as if holding sorrow in their bones. Some clung to the teachings as if they were ropes keeping them from collapsing. But then, from somewhere near the center of their circle, a monk rose to his feet. It was Mahakassapa, the elder monk, wise and calm as a mountain in the rain. He stepped forward, bowed deeply toward the Buddha's still form, and then faced the disciples. No words, no gesture, just a single bow. The disciples watched him, uncertain. Then he bowed again, slow, deliberate, with a grief as pure as a drop of water. Ananda felt something stir. He understood. Mahakassapa was offering the only gift that could match the depth of the moment. Silence. One by one, the disciples rose to their feet. Each stepped forward, each bowed, each offered their stillness as though laying a flower upon the Buddha's final resting place. No chanting, no ritual, no words, only breath, only presence, only the quiet acknowledgement that all teachings, from the simplest to the most profound, were already complete. The forest deepened into stillness. Even the wind slowed. Even the birds held their voices. Even the moonlight seemed to dim, as if honoring the silence offered in devotion. Ananda bowed last, but as he lowered himself, his knees weakened and he fell fully to the earth. His palms pressed into the soft petals, his forehead touching the ground. Tears flowed freely, not loud, not desperate, but soft and continuous, like a stream finally released after years of holding itself back. In that silence, something profound unfolded inside him. He felt the Buddha's presence, not in the body, not in the grove, but in the quiet spaciousness opening inside his own heart. Ananda understood then that silence itself was the teacher. Silence was the final offering. Silence was the bridge between grief and awakening. As the night deepened, the disciples remained sitting, their silence forming a vast, unseen temple built from breath and love. It was not an emptiness of loss, but the fullness of understanding. For in silence, nothing is missing, and everything is present. The night grew older, but the silence in the Sal Grove only deepened, like a still lake reflecting the moon without a single ripple. Mahakassapa remained standing, hands folded, eyes half closed. His presence was steady, anchoring the disciples like a mountain holding the sky in place. Hours passed. No one spoke. No one moved unnecessarily. Their breaths rose and fell as one body, one mind, one heart. In that shared stillness, grief softened into something sacred. Ananda sat closest to the Buddha's form, his tears slowing, his breath settling, his chest loosening in quiet waves. Within the silence, something began to shift inside him. He felt the echo of the Buddha's final teachings, not as words, but as a subtle presence, a warmth, a clarity, a soft dissolving of the grief he had been gripping so fiercely. And within that stillness, a memory arose. A night long ago, they had been traveling a forest path lit only by moonlight. Ananda had stumbled over a root hidden in the dark. Fear rose in him, and he clung to the Buddha's robe. "Lord, please walk before me. I am afraid of losing the path." The Buddha had turned, smiling gently. "Ananda," he said, "I cannot walk the path for you, but I can give you a light that will remain even when I cannot." And with a soft gesture, he had touched Ananda's chest. "Here," he whispered, "is your lamp. When you see clearly, you will never be lost." In the grove now, surrounded by silence, Ananda felt that lamp glow again. Warm, subtle, unmistakably alive. His tears softened into breath. His breath softened into stillness. And in that stillness, he felt it. The Buddha had not left, not truly. What had left was the form. What remained was the presence. The night drifted onward. Some disciples grew tired, but none dared break the silence. As the moon dipped lower and stars began to shift, Mahakassapa slowly lifted his head. He stepped toward the Buddha's body and placed his palms together in a gesture of deep devotion. Then he spoke, his voice barely more than a breath, breaking the long silence with careful reverence. Friends, the Blessed One has shown us the highest offering. The disciples looked up, their eyes reflecting moonlight and tears. Mahakassapa continued, "He has shown us that nothing more needs to be said when the heart sees clearly." He glanced around the grove, at the petals, the moon, the serene stillness resting upon every face. "Let this silence become our teacher," he bowed again, "and let our practice be the offering we lay at his feet." A soft wind stirred the sal branches, sending a new wave of petals drifting down. They fell silently, a rain of white flowers that blanketed the disciples, covering their robes as gently as a final blessing. Ananda watched the petals fall and understood. Words could not carry the immensity of this moment, but silence could. In silence, the Buddha's final breath still echoed. In silence, their devotion was pure. In silence, the Dharma became alive within each of them. And so they continued to sit through the quiet hours before dawn, wrapped not in despair, but in a profound, sacred stillness that felt like the Buddha's final embrace. Dawn approached quietly, not with a burst of color, but with a soft, gradual brightening that touched the sal grove the way compassion touches the heart, gently, slowly, without demand. The disciples had sat through the night. Their legs ached, their backs were stiff, and their eyes were swollen from tears. Yet none of them felt the burden of their bodies. Silence had lifted them into a state beyond fatigue. Silence had become a sanctuary. As the first pale light of morning filtered through the sal branches, Ananda lifted his gaze. The petals covering the ground glowed faintly, like ashes of moonlight scattered lovingly around the Buddha's resting form. Something inside Ananda softened, not the breaking softness of grief, but the opening softness of understanding. And in that opening, another memory arose, a teaching he had once heard at the foot of Vulture Peak. A disciple had asked, "Lord, what offering is worthy of the Buddha?" And the Buddha had replied, "Silence that understands is the greatest offering." Ananda placed his hands together, the gesture serene and effortless. He finally understood. The disciples had offered tears, offered flowers, offered devotion, but the silence was the gift that matched the depth of the Buddha's final teachings. Mahakassapa stepped forward. His face, though lined with age, held a calm as steady as stone. He bowed deeply, then said, "Friends, our teacher has shown us that the Dharma does not depend on his body. It arises wherever clear seeing arises." He paused, letting the words settle into the morning air. The Blessed One has left us with silence as his final instruction. Let us follow it. The disciples nodded, their hearts heavy yet held in peace. Together, they lifted the Buddha's body onto a simple bier of salwood, not to display him, not to glorify him, but to prepare him for the final ritual with the same simplicity he had lived by. No chants were spoken, no commands were issued, no sorrow was loud. Everything unfolded in quiet reverence. As the disciples worked, the forest seemed to awaken slowly. A soft breeze moved through the branches, scattering more blossoms, as if the grove itself wished to give its final offering. Birds began to stir, but none sang. Their silence felt intentional, a natural devotion. Even the earth underfoot seemed to hum with a low, soothing stillness, the kind that penetrates through thought and into the deepest chambers of one's being. Ananda stood beside the bier and placed his hand gently on the Buddha's folded robe. "Lord," he whispered, "your silence has taught more than words ever could." A tear slid down his face, but it did not fall from sorrow. It fell like a blessing. When all was ready, Mahakassapa raised one hand, not to speak, but to signal. The monks bowed together, their foreheads touching the earth, their robes spilling around them like waves of saffron. The entire grove held its breath. And in that breath, something subtle unfolded. A shift in the air, a warmth in the heart, a clarity in the mind. The disciples felt it simultaneously. The Buddha's presence had not ended. It had expanded, not confined to a body, not held by form, but flowing, vast, unbound, like light spreading from a single lamp into countless lamps. Silence had opened the door, and through that door, understanding walked in. As the disciples completed their offering of silence, a gentle light filled the grove, warm, steady, as if the world itself were bowing. Far from the ceremony, deep in the forest near Bodh Gaya, an old tree stirred. Its roots trembled softly. Its leaves quivered in the morning air. It was the Bodhi tree, the tree that had witnessed the Buddha's awakening, the tree that had heard every truth spoken in silence. And though it stood miles away, it too felt the moment. It remembered. And somewhere within its ancient bark lay a story, a final connection between past and present, between awakening and farewell. Now we follow that whisper, that memory, that sacred echo to the next tale, the tree that never forgot. Far to the south, where the morning sun warmed the plains and the wind spoke softly across open fields, stood the Bodhi tree. Ancient, vast, its branches stretching like outstretched arms toward both sky and earth. Its leaves shimmered in the gentle light, each one trembling with a delicate music that only the quiet-hearted could hear. Beneath this tree, decades earlier, the Buddha had awakened. And though countless seasons had passed, though rains had come and gone, though leaves had fallen and grown anew, the Bodhi tree remembered everything. It remembered the night when Siddhartha Gautama sat beneath its shade, unmoving as stone, as the world around him shifted and trembled. It remembered the Mara's illusions, the storms of desire and fear, the temptations and the looming shadows. It remembered the moment the earth bore witness. When Siddhartha touched the soil and the land itself answered, "I am your witness." It remembered the exact breath when awakening bloomed in him like a lotus opening at the break of dawn. Since that night, the Bodhi tree had stood not just as a tree, but as a keeper of truth, a witness, a guardian, a silent disciple. On the morning after the Buddha's passing, a soft wind traveled across the plains, carrying with it the subtle vibration of a great silence, the silence that had filled the Sal Grove when disciples bowed their grief into devotion. That wind reached the Bodhi tree. Its leaves trembled as if stirred by a presence they recognized more deeply than any sound. The tree felt it, a shift in the world, gentle yet profound. A life had ended, a flame had dimmed, but the light had spread everywhere. The Bodhi tree let out a soft rustle, not shaken, not saddened, but awakened again by memory. Its oldest root, still warm from the sun, seemed to whisper, "He has returned to the vastness." At that very moment, a young monk named Rahula approached the tree. Rahula, the Buddha's son, now grown, now steady, now carrying compassion in the shape of a calm, humble presence. He had traveled through the night after hearing the news of his father's passing. His steps were slow, not from exhaustion, but from reverence. When he reached the Bodhi tree, he knelt in silence and touched the earth with both palms. The tree's shadow fell softly over him like an embrace. Rahula whispered, "Father, teacher, Where should I go to feel your presence now? The Bodhi tree responded only with stillness, a stillness so deep that it felt like breath itself. Rahula closed his eyes. He breathed in, he breathed out, and in that simple rhythm, a memory rose within him. A memory of sitting on the Buddha's lap as a child, asking, "What is the greatest protection in the world?" The Buddha had smiled, soft as moonlight on water. "Truth, my son. Truth is the shelter that nothing can destroy." Rahula's breath trembled. He understood. The Bodhi tree remembered, because truth never fades. And so he laid his forehead against the rough, warm bark and whispered, "Then let me remember too." A gentle gust of wind passed through the tree's crown, sending a cascade of heart-shaped leaves fluttering down around Rahula. Some brushed his shoulders, some landed in his lap. One came to rest on his open palm. He held it tenderly. It felt light, but inside that lightness was the weight of a legacy that had changed the world. Rahula lifted the leaf to his forehead in a silent bow, and the Bodhi tree, ancient, wise, bearing decades of memory, stood in perfect stillness, holding him, holding the moment, holding the echo of awakening. For though the Buddha's body had been laid to rest, the truth he awakened to still lived here, in shade, in wind, in silence, in memory, and in Rahula's quietly opening heart. Rahula remained beneath the Bodhi tree for a long time. The morning light shifted slowly across its great branches, casting moving shapes of gold over the earth around him. The world was quiet here, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of presence. A silence that held memory the way a cupped hand holds water. He sat cross-legged, his hands resting gently in his lap. The leaf the tree had gifted him placed upon his palm. Every so often, the wind ruffled the leaf's edges, as if breathing with him. Rahula exhaled softly. "Father, when you awakened here, you saw truth clearly, but I still struggle to see." His voice trembled, not with despair, but with humility. "I fear I do not understand my own heart." His fingers tightened slightly around the leaf. "I fear I am not enough." The Bodhi tree rustled with a sound like distant rain, a soft, knowing melody. Rahula lifted his head. "What are you telling me?" The wind replied through the tree's crown. A gentle chorus of leaves. "You do not need to be enough. You need only to be truthful." Another memory stirred in him. He had once asked the Buddha, "Father, how do I become worthy of this path?" The Buddha had answered, "Rahula, begin by being honest with yourself. Even a small truth can open the greatest doors." Rahula swallowed hard. A single tear slipped down his cheek. He pressed the leaf to his heart. I want to live that truth, even if it is small, even if I am afraid. The Bodhi tree's shadow shifted around him, warm, protective, like the embrace of something older than sorrow. A moment later, footsteps approached, soft, careful. It was Vakali, another monk, once known for his deep devotion to the Buddha's presence. He stopped a respectful distance away, his eyes red from weeping. Rahula, he whispered, you came here to feel him, didn't you? Rahula nodded. Vakali's voice cracked. I came for the same reason. Without him, the world feels thinner. Rahula looked at the Bodhi tree, its branches rising like pillars of ancient remembrance. Sit with me, he said. Vakali lowered himself onto the earth, his breath shaking. They sat together in silence. Two disciples, two hearts heavy with loss, two beings seeking the same light. After a long while, Vakali glanced upward. Rahula, do you think he knew how much we still needed him? Rahula closed his eyes, letting the question settle like petals on still water. Yes, he whispered, but he also knew that needing him was not the same as needing truth. Vakalisa exhaled sharply, and tears streamed down his face. I don't know if I can continue. I followed him because I loved him. Rahula turned to him, his voice steady. Then continue because he loved you. Vakali froze, as if the words had reached a place in him that had never been touched before. The Bodhi tree trembled again, a gentle rain of leaves falling around them. One leaf drifted downward and landed gently on Vakali's shoulder. He looked at it, astonished, his breath calmed. It feels like he's still teaching, Vakali whispered. Rahula touched the leaf on his own palm. He is, he said, and in that moment, both monks felt it. Not a presence outside them, but a presence awakening within. A warmth, a clarity, a knowing. The tree had not forgotten, and now, neither would they. The sun climbed higher, casting long beams of warm light through the spaces between the Bodhi tree's branches. The world around Rahula and Vakali seemed to settle into a gentle stillness, a stillness that carried memory as naturally as a river carries water. Rahula breathed slowly, feeling the rough texture of the earth beneath him, the soft weight of the leaf in his palm, and the subtle presence that hovered like morning mist. Vakali wiped his cheeks, surprised by how quiet his heart had become. For a while, neither spoke. Words felt unnecessary, too heavy, too sharp for a place so full of softness. It was Rahula who finally whispered, Vakali, do you feel it? Vakali nodded, his eyes fixed on the tree's great trunk. It's as though The world is breathing with us. Rahula lifted his gaze toward the highest branches. The leaves shimmered gently, catching sunlight in tiny flashes like gold scattered through green. He felt an odd sensation, a warmth blooming inside his chest, a quiet certainty deepening with every breath. "This tree," he murmured, "has witnessed his awakening, and now it witnesses ours." Vakali looked at him, startled. "Ours?" Rahula smiled faintly. "Our awakening to what remains after a form is gone." Vakali lowered his head, absorbing the truth in those words. Rahula continued, voice soft but steady. "When we sat beside his body, we offered silence. But here, beneath this tree, we are receiving something in return." Vakali closed his eyes, and a single tear slipped quietly down his cheek. He whispered, "A blessing." Rahula nodded. A blessing of truth, a reminder that the Dharma is not a voice, not a person, not a presence outside us, but the clear seeing growing inside. Just then, a gentle gust stirred the air. The Bodhi tree released a cascade of leaves, not frantic, not broken, but slow, graceful, like blessings drifting downward from an unseen height. Some leaves swirled around the two monks, dancing in small spirals before settling softly upon the earth. One leaf landed directly on Rahula's lap. Another landed in Vakali's open hands. They both bowed their heads. Rahula whispered, "He never truly left. He only changed form." And the tree, ancient, vast, rooted in centuries of truth, stood silently in agreement. Its branches creaked gently, almost like an exhale, like a confirmation, like memory made visible. Rahula pressed the leaf to his heart. "Let us return," he said softly. "The Sangha needs us. Father would want our understanding to become offering." Vakali nodded, his breath steady, his grief transformed into something lighter, something gentler, like morning light passing through the leaves. They rose together, bowed deeply to the Bodhi tree, and took their first steps away. But neither felt they were leaving, for a part of the tree's stillness walked with them. A part of its memory remained in their breath. A part of its clarity settled in their hearts. As Rahula and Vakali walked back toward the Sangha, the Bodhi tree watched them go, its leaves shimmering with a wisdom older than seasons. The truth it guarded did not cling, did not call, did not command. It simply remained, rooted, quiet, offering itself to anyone with eyes to see and far away. As the disciples prepared to continue their journey without the Buddha's physical presence, a new question echoed through the Sangha. Now that the teacher's footsteps have ceased, what path remains? A question not of despair, but of searching. The kind of searching that leads inward. The kind of searching that reveals a path no longer marked by footprints, but by clarity. A path without shape, without direction, without owner. A path called the empty path. And so we enter the next tale, a teaching whispered, not by form, not by memory, but by the vast, open truth that remains when everything else falls away. In the days following the Buddha's passing, the world seemed to breathe differently. Everything was the same. The rustle of leaves, the warmth of sunlight, the rhythm of monks walking for alms. Yet everything felt changed, as though a great lamp had gone dark, and only its radiance remained. The disciples gathered near Kusinara, some still shaken with grief, others sitting in deep contemplation, trying to understand the path ahead. For the Buddha had always been the guide, the torch in darkness, the compass in uncertainty, the voice that turned suffering into awakening. Now, that voice was silent. And in that silence, a question rose like smoke from a fire without flame. What is the path when the one who walked it is no longer here? Among the monks sat Channa, once the Buddha's charioteer, once young and proud, but now humbled by the wisdom of years. He had known Siddhartha before enlightenment, before robes, before the world bowed at his feet. To Channa, the Buddha had been more than a teacher. He had been a friend from the time the world was simple and suffering was not yet understood. Channa sat alone beneath a broad neem tree, his hands clenched in his lap, his brow furrowed, his thoughts spiraled. What do we follow when the teacher's footsteps are no longer before us? He felt the earth beneath him, warm from sunlight, solid and steady, but his heart trembled like a fallen leaf caught between winds. He rose and began to walk. No direction, no destination, just walking, as if movement might calm the storm inside him. He stepped through dry grass, past silent trees, past monks sitting in meditation, past the faint smoke rising from funeral pyres. Step by step, his breath grew heavy. He whispered, "I cannot see the path anymore." A soft voice answered, "Perhaps that is because you are searching for one outside yourself." Channa turned. It was Anuruddha, the monk known for divine vision, yet more humble than the wind. His presence radiated a calm that seemed to settle the air around him. Channa bowed. "Venerable Anuruddha, the path feels empty now." Anuruddha approached, his steps slow, as though each footfall carried intention. "Empty?" he asked gently, "or uncovered?" Channa blinked, confused. Anuruddha gestured to the ground between them. "Footsteps vanish," he said, "but the ground remains, the direction remains, The truth remains. He paused, letting the words sink in. The Buddha showed the way by walking it, but now that he has gone, we must walk without leaning on him. Channa lowered his gaze. But how do we walk when grief clouds everything? Anuruddha placed a hand on his shoulder, a grounding touch, light yet unwavering. With your own seeing, he whispered, with your own breath. He pointed to Channa's chest. The path is not under your feet. It is within your awareness. Channa exhaled shakily. I do not know how to find it. Anuruddha smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. You do not need to find it. You need only to let go of the path you expected. They walked together until they reached a small clearing. Nothing remarkable, just earth, trees, sunlight, and the quiet hum of the world. Anuruddha stopped. Channa, he said, tell me, what do you see? Channa looked around. Nothing special, he said. A field, empty. Anuruddha's smile deepened. Exactly. He spread his hand toward the bare earth. This is the empty path, the path without marks, the path without a guide, the path that asks only for your sincerity. Channa felt a tiny shift inside, small, subtle, like the first crack in a long frozen river. Anuruddha continued, the Buddha did not leave us a road. He left us the ability to walk. Channa closed his eyes. For the first time, the emptiness around him did not feel frightening. It felt open. It felt possible. It felt like space. Space where a path could appear with each mindful step. Channa remained standing in the clearing, the silence around him stretching wide, wide enough to hold both his confusion and the small spark of understanding beginning to glow inside him. The sunlight filtered through the neem leaves, creating a mosaic of shifting patterns on the earth beneath his feet. Nothing moved with urgency. Even time seemed to breathe a little more slowly here. Anuruddha stood beside him, hands folded behind his back, his posture relaxed, as though he too were listening to something deeper than sounds. Channa, he said softly, when you walked beside the Buddha in his early years, what did you see? Channa swallowed. The memory returned with the clarity of a distant bell. I saw a prince who had left everything behind. His voice wavered. He had no map, no one to lead him, only the question, what is true? Anuruddha nodded. And did the Buddha know the path then? Channa shook his head slowly. No. He walked without knowing where the next step would lead. Anuruddha stepped closer, his eyes kind and steady. Just so, Channa. The first part of the journey is always without shape. Channa felt his breath deepen. Not calm, not steady, but present. He whispered, I thought the path was lost because he is gone. Aniruddha replied, "The path was never his. It is not anyone's. It opens wherever awareness opens." He knelt down and touched the bare earth. "This ground is empty," he said, "just as the path feels empty now. But listen closely. Emptiness is not absence." He drew a simple line in the soil with his fingertip. "It is space where truth can appear." Channa stared at the line. How it wasn't there a moment ago. How it appeared only because of movement, intention, and clarity. "How do I step forward?" Channa whispered. Aniruddha answered, "With one breath that sees clearly." They sat together on the earth. No sermon, no chanting, only quiet. A leaf fell, turning once in the air before landing softly. From somewhere far away, a single bird called, and the sound drifted through the trees like a thread pulling Channa's awareness inward. He felt grief in his chest, a heavy, aching knot. But now, instead of gripping it, he simply acknowledged it. "This grief," he whispered, "it clouds my vision." Aniruddha closed his eyes. "Yes," he said, "but even a cloud is part of the sky." He placed his palm on his heart. "Do not try to sweep grief away. See it, feel it, let it teach you impermanence." Channa's eyes welled. "Will the pain ever leave?" Aniruddha opened his eyes, clear, luminous, reflecting the quiet wisdom of someone who had spent a lifetime unfolding the mind's illusions. "The pain will change," he said, "just as all things change. If you cling to it, it will bind you. If you observe it, it will free you." Channa exhaled, a long, trembling release. His breath felt different now, as though a door had opened inside his chest. Aniruddha gestured to the clearing. "Walk," he said gently, "not to reach anywhere, not to become anything. Walk to meet the path as it forms beneath your feet." Channa hesitated, then slowly, with the sun warm on his skin and the air cool in his lungs, he took a step. The earth felt firm, alive. The clearing did not feel empty. It felt expectant, like a bowl waiting for water. He took another step, then another, and with each step, a strange ease grew inside him, as though the very act of walking was the teaching, as though the path was not ahead, but happening in the moment of contact between foot and ground. When he returned to Aniruddha, his voice was softer. "I think I understand," he said. "The path is not found, it is lived." Aniruddha bowed his head slightly. "And now," he whispered, "you have taken your first true step." The afternoon light softened into gold as Channa continued walking through the quiet clearing. Each step felt lighter than the one before, not because his grief had vanished, but because it had loosened, like a knot finally beginning to breathe. He paused beneath a tamarind tree, its broad leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Anuruddha stood a few paces away, watching him with the calm patience of someone who knew that inner transformation cannot be hurried. Channa closed his eyes. For the first time since the Buddha's passing, the silence inside him did not feel empty. It felt spacious, alive, open. He placed a hand on his chest. "I thought the path ended when the Buddha's footsteps ended," he murmured, "but now I see. The path didn't disappear. Only my certainty did." A faint smile softened Anuruddha's face. "Certainty can be a cage," he said, "but uncertainty, when understood, is freedom." Channa breathed in deeply, feeling the truth settle into the quiet places of his heart. He looked around the clearing. No footprints, no markers, no signs. Only earth, only breath, only awareness. A realization dawned slowly within him, an inner light opening like petals of a lotus unfolding at dawn. The path is not found in front of me, it is found within me. His shoulders loosened, his breath steadied. He whispered, "The Buddha didn't leave a road, he left a way of seeing." Anuruddha bowed. "And because you can see," he said, "you can walk anywhere." As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the clearing, Anuruddha turned toward the distant forest. "Come, Channa," he said softly. "The Sangha needs your clarity. Your understanding is now part of the collective path." Channa nodded. His steps were calm, calmer than they had been in days. He felt the earth with each movement, felt his breath, felt his sorrow, but not as a weight, as a teacher. The two monks walked together toward the horizon, and with each footfall, Channa felt something subtle shift. The path beneath him was no longer empty. It was simply uncarved, waiting, ready, alive with possibility. As they neared the edge of the forest, Channa paused and looked back at the clearing bathed in golden dusk. He bowed deeply, not to a place, not to a direction, but to the truth of impermanence, of unfolding, of seeing without clinging. He whispered, "This emptiness is enough." And with that, the last remnants of despair loosened from his chest like leaves finally letting go of a branch. Night began its slow descent over the land of Kusinara. The air cooled, the sky deepened, and a gentle hush settled over the world. A hush that seemed to echo the final breath of the Buddha. Not a sound of ending, but a sound of release. Far from the clearing, near the sal grove where the Buddha had rested, the disciples gathered once more. Some still wept softly. Some sat with calm acceptance. Some gazed at the rising moon, its glow tender and pale, and in that moonlight they remembered the final moment, the moment before the Buddha entered Nirvana, a moment in which he did not speak, did not instruct, did not warn, but simply smiled. A smile that held all compassion, all clarity, all peace. A smile that asked for nothing and gave everything. A smile that became his final teaching. And so we enter the last story, the final whisper of this season of truth, the smile before Nirvana. The night the Buddha entered Nirvana was unlike any night the disciples had ever known. The air was still, so still that even the leaves of the sal trees seemed to pause their breathing. Moonlight poured gently through the branches, casting a soft, silver glow over the ground where the Buddha lay in the lion's posture. His robes, simple, saffron, clean, rested lightly over his frail body. Yet his presence filled the grove like a great, unmoving sea. The disciples sat around him in a silent circle. Their faces were lit with a mixture of grief and profound reverence. Some pressed their palms together, fingers trembling. Others closed their eyes in meditation, seeking steadiness in the storm of love and loss. But all eyes returned again and again to the Buddha's face. For even as breath moved gently in and out of his thinning chest, there was something different about his expression tonight. A softness, a depth, a serenity beyond all serenity, a smile faint, barely visible, yet unmistakable. The smile before Nirvana. Ananda knelt closest, his hands folded tight against his heart. He had seen the Buddha smile before, in compassion, in teaching, in quiet joy. But he had never seen this smile. It was not joy, not sorrow, not release. It was something deeper, something wide as the night sky and subtle as the breath between thoughts. Ananda whispered, "Lord, what do you see?" The Buddha opened his eyes, just barely, and turned them toward Ananda. A clarity shone within them, bright as starlight and gentle as morning dew. "My dear Ananda," he said softly, "what arises is already dissolving. What dissolves is already at peace." Ananda bowed his head, tears slipping silently onto the petals beneath him. The Buddha continued, "All my life I have taught you to see the nature of things, their arising, their passing, their empty, luminous nature." He paused, his breath light as a feather floating on still water. "Tonight, I see it fully." The sal trees above him began to bloom out of season, thousands of white flowers appearing as if summoned by the purity of the moment. They fell gently over the Buddha, over the disciples, over the earth itself. Rahula, the Buddha's son, sat opposite Ananda. When a petal landed on his knee, he looked up and whispered, "Father, even the trees bow to you." The Buddha's lips curved a little more, that same soft, mysterious smile. "It is not me they bow to," he whispered. "It is the truth that moves through all things." Mahakassapa arrived last. He had hurried from afar upon hearing news that the Buddha's time was near. The disciples parted silently as he approached. He bowed deeply, his forehead touching the earth. "Blessed One," he said, voice trembling with both sorrow and immeasurable gratitude, "I have come to offer you my final homage." The Buddha opened his eyes again, offering Mahakassapa that same profound smile. "Kassapa," he said softly, "the homage you offer is the practice you live." Mahakassapa closed his eyes, his heart steadying in the warmth of those words. The Buddha's breath grew slower, not weaker, but more spacious, as though each inhale entered infinity and each exhale returned to peace. The disciples leaned forward, their eyes wet, their bodies trembling, but stillness held them in a sacred embrace. And in that stillness, Ananda saw something change. The Buddha's face, once lined with age, once marked by years of walking under sun and storm, became radiant, not glowing, not shining. Radiant in the way a lake becomes still when wind falls silent. Radiant in the way a sky looks when clouds disappear. Radiant in the way truth feels when it reveals itself. Ananda whispered, "Lord, your smile, what does it mean?" The Buddha's eyes closed gently, and he spoke his final words before the great silence. "It means, Ananda, that nothing is lost." The Buddha's final words drifted through the sal grove like the softest breeze. Nothing is lost. They did not echo. They did not linger in sound. Instead, they dissolved directly into the hearts of those who heard them. Ananda pressed his palms together, his breath catching in his chest. "Lord," he whispered, voice barely audible. "How can nothing be lost when we are losing you now?" The Buddha's eyes remained closed, but the faint smile deepened. A smile not made of lips and muscles, but of understanding. A smile born from seeing the fabric of existence without distortion. He whispered, so softly the words seemed to arise from the space between breaths. "Forms fall away, Ananda, but truth does not." A petal landed on his shoulder. Another brushed his cheek. The air shimmered with a peace too deep for grief to disturb. Rahula leaned closer, his voice steady, though his eyes glistened. "Father, what do you see now?" The Buddha's answer emerged like moonlight, not bright, not loud, but illuminating everything. I see the end of becoming, the end of struggle, the end of wandering. His breath paused, as though he were listening to something far beyond sound. I see freedom without boundary. Rahula bowed his head. His tears fell silently onto the saffron robe that had carried so much compassion. But his heart did not break. Instead, it opened, wide, still, humble, to the immensity of this final teaching. Around the Buddha, the disciples felt something shift, not in the air, not in the grove, but inside themselves. A warmth expanded through their chests. A clarity rose through their minds. A tenderness spread across their sorrow. Mahakassapa stepped forward again, his voice low, full of reverence. Blessed One, is this the moment we have feared? The Buddha exhaled, slowly, peacefully, like a wave retreating into the ocean. There is nothing to fear, he said. What ends is only the illusion of separation. He paused as the wind passed through the grove, carrying the scent of blooming salflowers. Where there is wisdom, there I am. Where there is compassion, there I remain. The disciples closed their eyes. Their grief softened again, not disappearing, but becoming spacious, bearable, gentle. The moon rose higher, bathing the Buddha's form in soft radiance. His breath became thin, barely more than a thread connecting body and world. But his presence felt vaster than ever, expanding beyond form, beyond name, beyond the limits of body or memory. Ananda felt it. Rahula felt it. Every monk in the grove felt it. The world around them seemed to hold its breath. The leaves stilled, the air stilled, even the insects fell silent. The only movement was the rise and fall of the Buddha's chest. Slower, softer, lighter, until each breath felt like a feather falling through space. Ananda whispered, "Lord, your smile, it is still there." The Buddha's lips curved one last time. That same serene, knowing smile. A smile that revealed the truth beneath all truths. A smile that held no sorrow, no fear, no attachment. A smile that belonged to someone who had already crossed beyond all conditions. A smile that carried boundless compassion, boundless clarity, boundless peace. And then his breath stilled, not stopped, stilled, like a lake whose final ripple has softened into silence. A silence so complete, so tender, so luminous that the disciples knew instantly the Buddha had entered parinirvana. For a long time after the Buddha's breath became still, no one moved. The sal grove held a silence so deep that it felt as though the entire world had bowed. Moonlight rested gently on the Buddha's peaceful face, the same faint smile, unchanged, as if it were not a human expression, but the natural shape of enlightenment itself. His body lay quiet, but nothing about the moment felt like loss. Mahakassapa lowered his head until it touched the earth. "Blessed one," he whispered, "you have crossed beyond all shores." Ananda, who had knelt at the Buddha's side through the long night, felt a warmth spread through him. Not heat, not sorrow, but a subtle radiance that came from realizing the Buddha had not gone anywhere. Tears fell down his cheeks, yet his heart had softened into an ocean of clarity. "Lord," Ananda breathed, "your smile remains." Rahula pressed both palms together. He looked at his father's serene face one last time. The ache within him did not disappear, but it turned into devotion, into understanding, into a vow. He whispered, "Wherever truth is lived, your presence lives there too." As the first hint of dawn colored the eastern sky, the sal blossoms began to fall again, not in sorrow, but in reverence. Petals drifted onto the Buddha's robe, onto the monks' bowed heads, onto the earth itself. It was as though nature was laying its final offering, a gentle, wordless homage. The monks lifted the Buddha's body and prepared it with the utmost care, cleansing it, enrobing it, encircling it with petals. Not to preserve the form, for the Buddha had taught them that form was not the truth, but to honor the life that had illuminated countless beings. Mahakassapa addressed the Sangha, his voice deep and steady. "Brothers, do not look for the Buddha in this form. Look for him in your conduct, in your awareness, in your compassion." His words settled over them like a second dawn. Tonight we have seen his final smile. Let it be the lamp we carry forward. The disciples bowed together, 1,000 hearts moving as one, and in that bow they felt something unmistakable, something both tender and vast. The Buddha had not ended. He had expanded, not into the forest, not into the sky, not into memory. He had expanded into the truth he had always taught, the truth within each of them. When dawn finally broke, soft and golden, the disciples rose. Their faces were tear-streaked, yet peaceful. Their steps slow, yet steady. Ananda looked at the empty space where the Buddha had lain. He touched the ground gently and whispered, "Where there is clarity, you are here. Where there is compassion, you are here. Where there is freedom, you are here." Rahula placed the Bodhi leaf against his heart. "I will walk the path, Father," he vowed, "not because you are gone, but because you are everywhere." Mahakassapa looked toward the horizon. "The teacher has shown the way," he said quietly. "Now the path belongs to us." The sal flowers continued to fall, soft, silent blessings, and the Buddha's last smile lingered in the air, not as memory, not as longing, but as a presence woven into everything, into the trees, into the earth, into the hearts of the ones who would continue the path, into the vast and timeless truth. As the disciples began their long, quiet walk back to the world, a tender stillness followed them. The same stillness that had surrounded the Buddha in his final moments. It was not an ending, not a farewell, but a gentle unfolding into a deeper understanding. A season had closed. A life had completed its circle. A flame had returned to boundless light, and now, with hearts softened and awakened by these final stories, we return one last time to gather the teachings, the peace, and the subtle truth of this sacred journey. Next comes the ending, echoes of enlightenment. Tonight, you have walked beside the Buddha in his final days, through silence, through remembrance, through emptiness, through enlightenment's last soft glow. You have followed the Blessed One's last steps under the sal trees. You have witnessed the offering of silence so pure it needed no words. You have rested beneath the Bodhi tree, where truth awakened once and awakened again in the hearts of his disciples. You have understood the empty path, not a path of loss, but of openness. And you have seen the final smile, the smile that carried all compassion, all clarity, all freedom. These stories were not told to stir emotion or to invite sorrow. They were offered as a gentle closing to a long season of reflection, a season in which you have been listening, growing, softening, awakening in your own quiet way. Let us gather these echoes of enlightenment and place them softly into your heart before you drift into sleep. Remember, nothing is lost, not love, not wisdom, not the moments that have shaped you. They only change form. As the Buddha said, remember, silence is not emptiness. It is the space where truth breathes most freely. Remember, the path does not vanish when the guide is gone. It appears beneath your feet with each mindful step. Remember, you carry the teachings not in scripture, not in memory, but in the way your heart softens toward the world. Remember, the final smile is not the Buddha's alone. It is the smile born in every moment you release grasping and rest in presence. Now, let the breath slow. Let the body grow heavy, like a mountain settling into its ancient place. Let the thoughts drift the way sal flowers drift through moonlight, soft, unhurried, dissolving into peace. Inhale. and let the world enter as a single, gentle moment. Exhale, and let the world fade into stillness. Allow your mind to sink into quiet light, not thinking, not striving, just resting in the vastness that holds everything without clinging. The Buddha's path has returned to silence. Let your heart do the same. Let your breath be the final teaching. Let your stillness be the refuge. You are safe. You are held. You are already drifting into a deeper peace. Sleep now, as gently as the falling blossoms. Sleep now, with the Buddha's final smile resting softly in the quiet of your heart. Good night, dear friend.